Oops. Hello, everybody! Hello! Hello, kittens! Hello, Eve! Hello, Ivory! Could it be you're playing that? I'm playing a thing. Maybe that thing. Why do I have 9k channel points? Why not? Why is that so weird? Happy birthday. Thank you. Kaiser, hello! How you doing? Welcome. Hello, everybody! How could you be around for 3 years? I don't know. I don't know either. It just doesn't make sense to me. I thought I would, like, feel the passage of time, you know? But it's surprisingly normal. Like, I don't really feel like much has changed. For better or worse. I guess a bit more comfortable with this whole thing, but Other than that, I don't know. I feel like I'm still pretty silly, and I still do a lot of mistakes and all of that kind of stuff, but it's fine, I think. Feels like a month tops. To me, it feels like maybe half a year. at best. At most. But yeah, what is this? There's one thing I want to do and I forgot. What was the thing I wanted to do? Does anyone know? Who knows? I guess I'm just going to send out a notification in places. Because I forgot, as always. Typical. Typical me, never remembers to do anything. But how are you guys doing? How is your day? Are you having a nice Tuesday? Tuesday, I don't like Tuesdays. For a lot of weird reasons. But today it's just, I mean, I had no saying in, you know, picking on which day my anniversary would happen, so Tuesday it is. All I can say is that I am very, very sleepy the whole day. And other than that, everything is fine. But yeah, I'm so sleepy! So sleepy! I couldn't take a nap, I was too busy! I was like, I shouldn't... What I meant to say? I wanted to take a nap after I did some stuff, but then I had to go eat dinner and all the other things, so I didn't sleep, I didn't. Thank you, Sajini, hello! Any day after Resident Evil stream is a good one. What do you mean? I feel like I'm missing something here. Oh my goodness. I have some. So then, Sleepy, how are you? I'm feeling okay. To be honest, this week is just going to be very tiring for me because I have a lot of things to do. I have like 2 appointments. And I have to help out with some stuff at home, and also I need to take care of my dog because my dog is kind of feeling strange with the kind of, I don't know, belly issues, I suppose. And also I have my own work, and I'm okay, but you know, in my brain it's like, damn it, can it be like Friday already? I just want to have a little rest and do nothing. Should I mean anniversary? Oh my god! How did you make it? What are we doing today? We will be playing Roller Coaster Tycoon. We'll be playing a theme. We will be making an amusement park themed after me. Because I figured, you know what, I really like playing that game when it's like time around my birthday, but I didn't really want to. But I don't really have anything else to do. I didn't have anything prepared for today in particular, so I was like, you know what, how about we do that on the anniversary instead? That sounds like a fun thing to do. It's a little thing, but it's there. It's, you know, stuff's happening. Hold on, I'm just posting really quick freaking tweets because I never remember. This is cycle existence. I want it to be Friday already. Oh no, it's Monday. Truly. I know this game is somewhat cool. I'm going to Madoka. Madoka! Good luck! Godspeed! I hope work goes well. Anyway, before we start the game, I do have a little announcement, actually. I do have a little announcement. Hehe. My goodness. You'll have to excuse me for a second. I need to find out the image. I don't know where I saved it. Oh god. This game was coded in assembly. I know, that's crazy! It's like such a crazy thing. I have such a big love for that game. For various reasons. But yeah, just the fact that it was coded in that, it just... How the heck? How the heck did you do that, sir? Seems crazy. Black Timer, hello! Hello! Okay, so... the thing I wanted to tell you. How's the body doing? I'm not a bot. I'm doing good. Thank you. Eve, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. You were playing Backrooms. How was it? How was it? Alpha Reina, thank you so much for the follow. Guys, go check out Eve. I played Resident Evil with Eve for 2 days and we played it for 16 hours, I think. It was a long time, but it was fun. I had fun. I don't know why my mother was very sad right now. They got backshot by... What? What happened? What happened? I don't come from Eves, but happy 3rd anniversary, Neil. Thank you! Thank you! Steam is down? What the heck? Crazy. You just have to be offline like me. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. It's not even a solution to anything. It's just a solution to anything. Did you actually finish the game? We did finish the game at like 1 AM or something. But hey, you guys wanna know what I wanted to tell you? What I want to tell you? Ta-dam! I joined Twitch Creator Clubs! Whee! I am now part of the Artists and Makers Creator Club! So yay! So what it means is that I will be definitely making more art streams! Because now I feel like I have an incentive. What is that? It's how do I really explain it well? Honestly, it's just like a bit of a recognition for you. It's not really a big achievement, to be honest, but it allows you to take part in various official events and share your work with other artists on Twitch and all that kind of stuff. It's very fun. I feel like it's nice just feeling like a part of a community, and I will be doing more art streams, which also means I think I will include bit more early day streams. I didn't come from anybody's stream. I just came. Welcome. Hard bath, Mimi, hello! Thank you! I'm sorry if I missed anyone in the chat. I'm a bit chaotic right now, but hello. And yeah, so the plan is to include a bit more like early day streams. If you weren't here for when I actually started streaming, I mostly did stuff at like 11 AM, and then I would stream to till 2 PM, I believe. And that's usually because nobody else was home at the time, and also because I work best in the mornings usually. So those were my first streams. I would just basically, you know, stream early in the day. And eventually that changed when I became a bit more comfortable with how it feels to just do this thing. And I wanted to include more other activities as well. And just, you know, have more friends come by, because not a lot of people are available early. But my junior server now, oh, I'm not 90% not active, it's okay. It's okay, it's very chill in there. More friends. Yeah, so I switched my streaming time to 7 p.m. and I'm stretching. Your English got so much better in those 3 years. I'm proud of you. Thank you. Hello, Amanda. I don't. Oh my god. So yeah, I changed my. Oh my goodness. Rain, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much. I hope you had a great stream. I saw you stream with Eve. Did you have a good stream? Did you have a good time other than Steam going offline? I hope you had fun with the back rooms. Wee. Actually, I'm not following you. What the? It was fine still. Steam crashed. We died. No, no death. This is not allowed. Very wonderful indeed. I don't think. Hello, welcome. Oh, more stretches. And right away. Okay, I'm stretching. Ah. And hydrating. Yesterday's stream taught me death is very much allowed. Yeah, we should probably do some clips from that. Just like how you burned me to death. She'll never stop bringing it up. But yeah, what I forgot I was in the middle of a sentence there. Also, to everyone from the raids, hello. I'm all over the place. I didn't even say hello, welcome. Hi, I am Neo. I usually play old video games and sometimes also draw. And what the heck, Anonymous, thank you so for the 5 community subs. And I like to hang out with people, so if you ever feel like you're bored and just wanna chat a little bit, then you're welcome in here. Reactions, thank you so much for the follow. Eve 20, what the heck? Thank you. Thank you for 20 subs. It's so nice of you. Thank you. Yeah, gummy bears. But yeah, as I was about to say, and I kinda all of chat has subs now. I hope so. I was about to say, I am thinking I will get back to some of those. Well, not get back, but like I will bring back those early streams, and I will use them as you know, kind of what's it called? Co-working streams. Yeah. So yes, this is why I figured, you know what, I want, this is why, to be honest, I got accepted to the creator clubs a week ago. I didn't say anything yet, because I was like, I'm gonna wait for this for my anniversary so I can also mention that I'm gonna do more working streams and art streams, so just related to that as well. So yeah, there's that. And other than this, I don't really have a lot of different well, announcements slash surprises, to be honest. Sajini didn't get a sub! What the heck? You didn't even tell me. I was still thinking about how to really put this into, you know, all these things that I do. Literally stream was one of times I've seen you so emotive as in loud. I don't get loud very often, yeah. The games Neo plays are older than most of y'all. 70% of you weren't even entity.
Thank you.
Yay, Sanjini sub! Fixed. Nice! Thank you, Ivory! Man. Asmolthian, thank you so much for the follow! So, yeah, my plan. Okay, so I'm thinking I'm going to introduce a concept such as Modern Mondays, when I will play newer games on Mondays, as you know, as it sounds like as obviously it makes sense, because I don't really want to mix them up randomly with other stuff that I do, because I know that some people come here to see me play other shit, like all of this old stuff that I played, Tomb Raider, Far Cry, and all of that other stuff. So I figured, you know what, I'm not gonna... I think I'm just gonna put one day in the week. Rampin, thank you so much for the follow. It's for the newer games, so we can play newer stuff on that day, and then the rest of the week will be all of that more fun stuff. So Monday evenings will be modern games, such as, you know, such as Peak. No, and such as like puzzle games with Eve and other collabs with people. And during the week, I will try to do like 2 up to 3. We're finally see Yakuza. Yes, yes. I'm planning Yakuza. I'm planning to start Yakuza in November. Hopefully, if nothing changes those plans, then I will. People equals Eve. Oh my goodness. So yeah, I'm planning to do like 2 to 3 co-working / art streams in the week, and then another stream for my older games. 1 to 2 streams for older games, just to kind of, you know, keep the balance for my older stuff. And it's still a pretty rough concept. I'm not really yet sure how it will all work into my schedule, but you might expect it to start next week. I didn't yet put in anything into the schedule this week because, first of all, I am kind of busy. Second of all, I was like, I can't break... This is supposed to be a surprise. I cannot put it into my schedule if I'm gonna just put everything... If I want to announce it during the anniversary stream. So, don't back away from it. I'm gonna stay strong. Newer games, Resident Evil 5, released in 2009. Listen! This was before! This was before we started! Well, I started. What the heck is it? Oh my god, this freaking emote. Dingletopia stream is coming, chat. I feel it. Is Dingletopia newer? Your game's going up to Waker era. Oh goodness. Sorry, I'm kind of reading the chat out of order. Baton. Sending you cheese nachos? Yay! Otherwise just overclock yourself? Good idea, but I'm not sure how much it will work. Later Monday next to Twilight Princess 106. Hey! Why did I just get a 3-month Duolingo subscription from Twitch? Oh, there's a new event in Twitch that it does give you Duolingo subscriptions. I don't really know why. Nobody wants that. Other than like maybe 5 people. So I don't know. You can just put it randomly somewhere. Maybe someone will want.
Oh!
I'm so sorry. It does feel like painful. This wasn't a rainbow hole invasion. Oh my goodness. What do you mean? Am I invaded now? I'm very fluent in Polish already. more fluent than me. I don't want Polish. It's fine. It's fine. We're not doing anything. Nothing is happening here. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Oh my goodness. Okay. Poem. What's the topic of the poem? You are allowed to pick, and then I will find something that matches, and I will read it. 10 jumping jacks. Oh my goodness. You'll have to wait. There is an order. I don't know Polish, but I know you're a Polish. Ah, thank you. Oh my goodness. Hello, Peanut of Duty. Welcome. Put out cheese. No, you didn't. You didn't. We have to. I mean, Fartbath is the one that redeemed it. We have to wait for Fartbath to pick the topic. Okay, fine. I will do jumping jacks and squats. Fine. You will get to see my. I want the cheese one. Oh my god. Okay, fine. Okay. Hold on. Give me back here. Is there even a poem about cheese? There's. What? There are two. They want a poem about... What the heck are you doing, Eve? Why would you even take that? Eve is just wasting points. This is what's happening. I'm sorry, everyone. Życie jest jak błękitny ser lazurowy, kremowy, lecz te pleśń nadaje mu smak. To brzmi jak reklama. Do you want a poem about a raven and cheese, or about holes in the cheese? I feel like it doesn't really matter. But there are two. Holes in the cheese? Okay. Okay, well, there we go. Wanda Chotomska, dziurki w serze. Wielka mnie ciekawość bierze, skąd się biorą dziurki w serze. Myślę o tym na spacerze, myślę kiedy w łóżku leżę, przy obiedzie, przy deserze, skąd się biorą dziurki w serze. Przypuszczenia różne mnożę, może ktoś się wyciął nożem? Może to są skutki dłuta? Może piła była tutaj? Nie? No to może jest maszyna, co te dziurki tak wycina? Nie? Ser dziurawy jest jak sito. Może dziurki czymś wybito? Może strzelał ktoś z dwururki i wystrzelał w serze dziurki? Może winić trzeba ptaki? Ten ser dziurawy taki? Może dzięcioł dziobeł pukał? Może jest to wina kruka? Może wróble albo gile wydziobały dziurek tyle? Nie? No to może jakieś zwierzę buszowało po tym serze? Może najeżone jeże urządziły tu wieczerze? Może z zoo przyszedł tygrys? Może lew te dziurki wygryzł? Także nie? Wymyśliłam przyczyn sporo, skąd się dziurki w serze biorą i wciąż słyszę nie i nie. No to proszę, kto z was wie? Niech zabiorą głos eksperci, kto te dziurki w serze wierci. Ja we wszystko wam uwierzę, nawet w krasnoludka w serze. Wee! Did it! I didn't even trip this time! Grzegorz Brzęczyszczykiewicz! Oh, for some reason that name keeps coming back every stream. Oh my goodness. I said yeah? I said yeah! It means no! It means no! Oh my goodness. That was beautiful. Thank you, Glitter. Hello. Remember chat? News for October 29th. We were to spam I would love that day. Oh my goodness. 29th. It's so soon. Glitter is here. Glitter is here. Glitter is my friend. Glitter is so cool. Glitter has joined me a couple of times on my stream. Hi. They're playing no game. It's the best game. Best game that ever gamed. What was I about to say? I don't know. I'm all over the place. But I'm really happy that you guys wanted to come by to talk. As I mentioned, we'll be playing Roller Coaster Tycoon, and I will be playing I will be making a theme park based after myself because it's my anniversary. And oh, I know what I wanted. I have a little announcement actually. A little tiny announcement for what I'm planning to do next. Well, next. What I'm planning to do on streams. I figured we will introduce a little concept known as Polish word of the day. I will teach you guys one word each stream. I don't know what it will be. I don't know what will come out of it, but I figured that it might be kind of fun. So that's what we're gonna do. And since we had a cheese, yeah, no, we talked about that yesterday on stream. We did. You know very well that one Polish word everyone needs to. I know, but I'm not using it today. It's for a special day. Yeah, I will. Today's word will be cheese. Because we had a poem about cheese, and I figured, you know what, cheese is the best thing in the world. We will learn cheese. And cheese, everybody, is ser. 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 It's just today's word of the day. I almost been something else. There's some ser. Being put in the ad soup. No! Ser. Very, very good. Very good. I'm proud of you, chat. I'm proud of you. Now that we have the official part out of the way, I just realized I'm stupid and I didn't change my status on Discord to show that I'm streaming, because I always do that. Doesn't matter. Don't think about it too much. I'm just gonna approve this person in my Discord, and it is time for Roller Coaster Tycoon. Let's make a funny amusement park. A fun one.
Thank you.
Thank you for another gifted sub, Eve. Thanks for gifting us out to Glitter. Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. There we go. It's one of my favorite games, just so you know. Just so you know. I didn't really remember to set it up. I hope there's no issues, because that would be silly as heck. Oh my god, watch out, Eva's gonna eat you! And my chair is making great sounds, by the way. I really should get a new one, Jesus Christ. Ah! I'm good. Game? Uh-oh. Okay. It's fine. I like it with Neo, except she's finding it again. Only one I know really is Yemtse. Why? Why that? Why that word? Only lag. Model, yeah, it's because I started the game. I think there's something wrong with my drivers. That's why stuff kinda shits itself when I start a new game. Like, well, an older game. This was not a problem before. Is that what Poles call the Germans? Yeah. But like, why do you know that word? Never forget the fact that original Roller Coaster Tycoon was called Assembly. You're the second person to bring it up. But yes, it's a very important thing for everybody to know, because that means the game is even greater than everybody could have even thought of. I don't know what I'm saying. They cannot speak. Your quality model drop. Or quality. What the heck? That was loud. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. We have a problem, my dear sirs. And the problem is... what the heck is happening in this computer? Just open the mouse and yet like my goodness. Let's hold on. I should probably just open it in window mode. It'll be okay. Capybara! Capybara! Do you guys like capybaras? What do you think about them? What are your thoughts and feelings? Happy. Error location, Windows display driver. What? Ah, da da da. You know what? This has started happening ever since I got the new graphics card, I think. 2020 graphics cards that do not understand all the games. This is a scam. This is a scam. We must find. I will find this stupid mod that allows me to put the game in windowed mode. You cannot stop me! Or I will make this work. Hehe. Did you download drivers for it? Eva! What do you mean? What do you think, I'm 5? Oh my goodness. Windowed mode hack, there we go. There we go. Download this file. Yes. Gotta go to sleep now. Congrats on the anniversary. Thank you. Thank you so much for the raid one more time. And have a good night. Cordon bleu. Nice to meet you too. Good night. This thing. Okay. Sorry guys, this is a little bit scuffed, but I mean, what else could one expect from a VTuber? You know, like, is anyone really surprised that this is happening? Tell me the truth. Are you surprised? My goodness. I will make it work, don't worry about it. But, I wonder why, you know what, the first thing that had issues was, our freaking water chickens. Which I refuse to explain. No explanation for water chickens. Anyway, I have the game. I don't know why it's in the corner and why it's so tiny, but it's fine. Oops, sorry, I clicked off. So we need basically we just need so I'm just trying not to go deaf, which means I need to. I don't know, but my ear is ringing ever since yesterday. I think I had the game too loud or something. So we need an empty park. So we're gonna do something silly in there. Build your own version of this European Six Flags park. To have at least 3,500 guests in your park. That's a lot of guests. 2050 is more manageable. Will achieve a park value of 700,000. Park rating of... What the fuck? I didn't click anything. Let's pick this one. It says pause against table. Triple I! Triple I good. Yeah, games are good memories. You're building the roller coasters of death. This is the best thing you could ever do is build roller coasters of death. I don't care what other people will say. This is my own opinion. I just realized that I can actually change the thickening size of this. I forgot. So I don't have to actually, you know, go blind myself. Because you guys always get the best experience when it comes to these games. I kind of have to deal with whatever whatever goes. As long as this is actually captured correctly. Yeah, I think maybe good for stream. The volume bit? Okay, okay. Thank you. We got to watching you suffer? Why do you want me to suffer? I'm not suffering. Fahrenheit. I don't know if you noticed, but like the mouse is not covering. It's not hovering over the correct thing. Hold on. I'll restart it. Yet? What do you mean? What the fuck? The window just jumped on my screen. Okay, yeah, this is fine. Dollars are good. Metric and Celsius. Real values of units. It's whatever. Red lines on the landscape's moving. Translucent? I don't remember any of this. Emmentaler cheese is called Emmentaler. A cheese is cheese. Right, we need to rename the park. The park. Oh, you can see, but this is fine. Actually, no, this is not. What? You know what? It's fine. Never mind. No. Whatever. Beautiful. Good enough. And we don't have any music yet. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Whoa. A little fountain! Which means we get to... I was about to say, which means we get to drop people in there. Not yet. Not yet. We're not ready. How do we start? What do we start with? Crooked house. Definitely a haunted house. That's something I think should be in my park. It's a very basic thing, but it's effective. I think. We'll have, well, let's keep this, and, this is probably gonna be a road to, like, other things for now. For now, what am I saying? Later. Blue, because I can have blue. And, we should probably prepare some- What the heck is this? Fried chicken stall? You know what? I never play these advanced maps, at least not that I can remember. So it's kind of silly to have everything available right away instead of, you know, casually just unlocking them. It's a bit too much. But it's fine. Should we get a fried chicken stall? Do you guys like the chicken? Would you go to a fried chicken stall? Donut shop. Burgers for Eve. That's for sure. This will be a little hangout spot for, you know, for people to just eat stuff. That is, I didn't mean to do that. Remove this. There we go. Now what? Burger. Do they pay for entrance or they pay for... I don't remember if this was the thing in Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. Admission price and... I see. Okay. So we cannot charge them for admission to attractions. There's only one set ticket price for the entrance of the house of the park. So that's kind of difficult, which will be very rough making any kind of money from this, but oh well. We'll have to deal with that. Definitely need a bathroom. A restroom even. And information kiosk. And what else? What else? First aid room. Maybe? Do they need first aid room? Can they just deal with deal with it? Guys, dogs! I'm not 5, but I pretend sometimes. ATM right in front. No. No. It should be visible, but I don't think it should be on the front. I used first aid kit. Aid kit? Room. This is kind of silly, but it works. And restroom. Don't worry, I know my park doesn't make any sense just yet. It's fine. At least they're not chickens, or you would have shot them. Oh my god, you're gonna keep it... Oh no, you're gonna keep bringing it up, won't you? Oh my god. What have I done? Ooh. The park is open! A little bit of the thing is cut off. True maturity is approaching the moments when you let yourself be childish. True. Oh, should have some creepy music playing. My ear did not like that. Oh. Ah. You can have dinosaurs. We need these benches. Yes, I know English. I know languages. What do you mean? Let's have a bench in front of the bathroom. Sounds like a good idea. Really, but I'm gonna pretend it is. want to. Oh, hold on. How do you? Can you not move these? I thought you could. Silly. Shelly! Can we have some Heroes of Might and Magic 3 dungeon theme as a little treat? Sure. Come to the information kiosk where you can learn about burger and bathroom. No! Why would you say that? Wait, pause for a minute while I get the song. Ah. 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 I have it somewhere in my folder, but if I cannot find it, I'm just gonna download it real quick. Heroes. Might and Magic. What did I put you? What did I put you? I like the way you think. Oh god. Heroes of Might and Magic, it's so good. I should play that game on stream again. It's been a long time since last time. Right? Does that make sense? It doesn't. But it's fine. Okay, oh, I found it. Fine. Oh no, I'm just adjusting volume. Can you, is it okay? Or is it too loud? Or too quiet? No, 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 no. I'm originally fond of the dungeon theme, especially considering that I'm main tower. Ah. You know what? It's fine. It's a very good song. Lemonade? Sir, come in. You'll be our first. We got our first guest. His name is Bernice. Fuck! I just realized I'm stupid. Guys, if I had the freaking... If I had open roller coaster, open RCT, then I could have had you visit my park. Because there's a Twitch integration. That was terrible. Anyway, I'm gonna set it up for next time. It's enough of just fooling around with the freaking programs. Bernice, what do you think? Nothing. Sure. I guess you will find yourself right at home here. And okay, we should get them some more attractions other than, you know, just haunted house. Even though it's cool, but you know, you can't have only the haunted house. Space rings. This is like this freaking Sims 2 thing. That makes everyone crazy. Haunted house, crooked house. Should we have a crooked house too? I feel like that's a bit too similar with what's it called? Like the thrill level, but I mean it matches, I suppose. Motion simulator, swinging inverter. Accidentally rotating the whole thing. First things first, we need to make a scam maze. If you don't know what scam maze is, don't worry. You'll figure it out long soon enough. No! Back up! Oh god, I fucked up. Hold on. This is too big. Too big. Too big. It's just calm maze, not a 3 steps maze. You guys don't know. You guys don't know yet, but I know. It will be the best maze you have ever seen. Trust me. Even though I already did the same thing like 3 times three times last time when I played this game. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, okay? It's fine. Fine. Here we go. This is the best maze you could have probably have ever seen. Look at it. If only I could freaking get money for this. Scap. This is what I'm naming it. Actually, you know what? If I do it this way, will you be able to... Oh, never mind, it's fine, I guess. I was curious if I change the capture type, you would be able to see the windows popping out, but no. Totally not scam maze. Perfect. Haunted House 1. How should we call this? What should we name this? Chris, hello! How you doing? We need to add more food items, actually. Handyman. That's important. Don't wear whatever color you're wearing. Hold on, where are you? Sir. Different color. Please be on brand. Plain entrance. Oh, it's black. Ooh. Wow. Abstract. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Ice, pagoda, space. I don't like space. This one is pretty spooky, but I think we're gonna go for abstract. I like this. Actually, you know what? Let's try and maybe have them somewhat matching whatever the heck is happening here. This one needs this one. Hey, what the fuck is this? No. Black Light and Night. Will you ever play Heroes of Magic 3 on stream? I will! I want to play Resident Evil 5, but the game doesn't work. What? What happened to it? I'll jump between this and another stream. Okay. Fine. Happy to have you here. Oh, I played that game. The last time I played it was 2 years ago, actually. Jesus. I mean, on stream. I think. Or did we play it a year ago? I might have played a year ago with Glitter. I don't remember. I wanted to show Eve how to clear the licorice sections without being detected. I'm sorry. Sorry, it doesn't really work. Oh god. What else could we have? Definitely fries. Everybody likes fries. And, chickens? Right? Because we, had chickens yesterday. For various reasons. And, drink. What are the ices? Ice cream cone. Funnel cake. Ooh. Candy apple. Drinks stall and lemonade. Drinks. Drinks. All this park is about is just food right now. The desk is old and I think it's scratched since we moved into another house. Ah, maybe. I'm so sorry for your loss of disc. That sounds sad. You don't need lemonade, it's okay. Pizza, fruity ices, funnel cake, pretzels. Let's take... Do we need fruit? Do we want fruity ices or ice cream cones? I'll definitely take funnel cakes. That's not funnel cakes, that's popcorn. This is why I appreciate that in Poland we're legally allowed to make copies of game CDs for personal use. Yeah. Although I think with like console games they might not work if you copy them. I don't know. I think used to be the case. Some stuff, I don't know. The first aid room is closed? Jesus Christ. Can I not even... Ah! I found my solution to my money problems. Was Black Disc game? I'm not sure. But like PlayStation stuff. At least like PlayStation... well, maybe it's because some of them saw on Blu-ray actually. There we go. Money. Did I guys did I ever tell you about one of the most effective... Why are there so many people in my park? There's just 2 things to do here. I want something more thrilling? Oh my god, what do you mean? Do you not like this? Ah! I'm still flying around. Flying away. Scam base attracting everyone? Yes! But yeah, one of the most effective ways of making money in this game is just charging really charging an unreasonable amount for the bathrooms. Like, you know, a lot of the guests will need to use the bathroom, well, the restroom, after they get off a thrilling attraction, such as a roller coaster, because they will feel nauseous. So you just put a restroom right next to the roller coaster, and you ask for a lot of money to enter that bathroom, and then they, you know, because they kind of like, you know, they're either gonna throw up or, you know, throw up. So they will pay for the ticket for the entrance to the restroom. Also, making, you can sell umbrellas at the information kiosks, And you just make them very expensive when it starts raining. Swear to God. Roti ices or ice cream cones? First load them with free salad and slap them with some exorbitantly expensive bathrooms. Yes! Guys, do you want fruity ices or ice cream cones? Because I want to buy one more thing. There's 85 guests in here. What are they all doing? They're just walking around eating, I think. Thrill rides. Motion simulator. Fruity ice. Okay. There we go. Our collection. Wait, I need to buy trash cans. Otherwise, all of this will turn out very badly. Because these people are animals. Ah, let me do that. There we go. Some other random... I think I heard someone throw up. What got them so excited? I don't understand. And there are some trash cans here already. Oh, okay, that's fine. Rel. This one. It's boring, but this is fine. Giga coaster! Brain, stop yawning. We are just starting. This is not the time to be sleepy. Shit, I kind of placed it wrong. Nah, whatever. Should I just like have the entire soundtrack to this game playing instead of just one one song? Motion simulator. Let's call it My Vision is Augmented. Yes. Construct the right eggs. Oh, oops. Oh my goodness. Look how many of them queued in. Are you guys this excited to have your vision augmented? 100 guests! And here! I also like how no one is using this middle path. They're all just like running around on the edges. Should we have a Giga Coaster? Proton! Hello! Hello! How you doing? How was your day? Where is the Giga Coaster? Oh my goodness. Ice Chaser, Neptune's Knot, Velociraptor, what the heck? No, even. Welcome, Goliath. That's Jesus. The sure is a Goliath. I don't want that. This one is different. Why is it so expensive? I'm not gonna be getting such expensive things in here because I cannot even charge for the entrance to the freaking attractions. You guys have to pay if you want to go in. There's the ants. Yes. Did you know you can pick them up? Bobby, what are you thinking? Nothing. This is such a Bobby, look at him. Ah, oh my god. It's fine. Didn't even notice the G's. How you doing? I'm doing pretty well, thank you. Can you build a necro theme park? But this is my theme park. Speaking of which, I should change the freaking floors to something more fitting. Paths, not floors. Oops. Congrats on 3 years of streaming. Thank you! This is crazy. It doesn't feel like that at all. And I know I like... Oh no, but it deletes all of the freaking... all of the stuff. Oh well. You guys gotta deal with this. This is my park. That's not even how they laugh when they do that sound. Here you go. Here you go, my subjects. Some trash. For all of you. I'm too lazy to rotate the map. There we go. I didn't throw Prod and Eve into an arena filled with vanilla pudding. Oh my god. You guys should play Mage Arena. Oh my goodness, it'll be fun. We should get the... Actually, you know what? You know what? I'm gonna place one more attraction, I think, and then I'm gonna rework these decorations. Also, look at all of this. The grass started growing on top of my freshly mown park. Can't, I don't speak. Fair enough. Fair enough, I cannot really argue with this. Wild mouse, mini roller coaster, corkscrew roller coaster, suspended, swinging roller coaster, compact inverted roller coaster, inverted impulse roller coaster. Jesus Christ! Looping. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, this one is small. Let's take this one. No, I don't have enough money. Guys, quickly, come to the park. Buy tickets. I swear I will. You know what? Never mind. This one might search in my mind. We're just gonna get alone. Alone? Alone. Do, do, do. Hedgehog. Why is it called Hedgehog? Has eyes now. This is my beautiful roller coaster. Nothing makes sense. Kaku, hello! Kaku, how are you doing? Welcome! How are you doing? I already said that. Doesn't matter. How's your day? Let me up the price. Let's see. We might need a mechanic. That's sort of important. And a security guard.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the gift. Something to gifting Kaka-san. Entertainer. A panda? Or an astronaut? A Roman tiger costume? Elephant? Roman? What the fuck? Gorilla? Snowman? Astronaut? Should we have a panda or should we get a tiger? I like tigers, but I think panda makes more sense in here. Oh yeah. Good sleepy though? Oh, you have an anniversary? Thank you! I'm also sleepy, I relate so much. I've been sleepy the whole day, honestly. What are these people thinking? This park is really clean and tidy, thank you! You both always EP, that's how we roll. Panda comfy. I'm not hungry. My vision is augmented, was great! Haunted House 1 was great. We need to change the name of this. What's the name for the haunted house? My room. There you go. I could call it that room, but that would be too much on the nose. A hedgehog looks too intense for me. Booby. Boobies? Resident Evil! Oh my god, you're a genius. You're a genius. Why didn't I think of that? Grace, welcome back! Ew, I'm tired. I want to go on something more thrilling than Resident Evil. Oh my god, is there something more thrilling than Resident Evil? I've been queuing for... My vision is augmented for ages. I need to go to the bathroom. Oh, we need more bathrooms, right. Right. For example, having a very expensive bathroom right next to... My vision is right next to the hedgehog. Will probably be very smart. No, nothing like... There's no free bathrooms in this park. Oh my god, look at them queuing. It's because this park is fucking cool. It's not because once you are in, the attraction is free. Floorless roller coaster? What is that? What? Medusa? Oh, that's big. You'll have money. Oh my goodness. They're gonna pee on the floors. No! No peeing on the floor! We shall adjust the decorations in this park. I think the fence is nice, so that's okay. Ooh, what the heck? Creepy theming? Nice. Oh, look at this statue. Ooh. Fuck off, tree. I like this. That's nice. I will hydrate. Why the horror game music? Because that's what the chat wanted. What else can we have? Swamp goo. We have a skull. Can I? What the heck? I'm gonna put the skull in the middle of the park. Welcome. Just so you know what you're coming here for. Texas Giant! What the heck is this? Poster. Oh my god, its eyes light up. Wow. Enjoy your milk, what the fuck am I saying? Enjoy your meal, Chris! Jungle, wooden style. They wave the wings! Pog. Resident Evil. My vision is... oh, it doesn't fit. Totally not scam. I like those names, they're so beautiful. Uline TV. What? There are TVs for the queue? I never knew. Also, the one thing that's kind of silly about this game is that you can have lamps on, you know, on your paths. However, this game has no day and night cycle. I don't know why you would put lamps on here. It never gets dark. Whoa. 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 You know what I'm doing, by the way? This is called decoration. I like this. This is good. We made another 2,000 monies. Which is progress. I gotta go do some chores. Love you, have fun. Thank you for coming by. Good luck. Godspeed with the chores. My sister opened the door and was like, just staring at me. Nobody wants to go the not a scam? That's unusual. Why do we have 300 guests? This park is so tiny. Let's double deck observation tower. Ooh. Ooh. Would be nice. Let's put it here. And make it very tall. Even though you're not actually gonna see anything. Entrance just behind the bathroom. Good enough. That's something big. That's how you remove things. I didn't know. Jesus. We need to change the color. Here we go. What? Pira! Oh my god, Pira, thank you so much for 10 subs! Hello! Oh my goodness. Hello, hi! Hello! Thank you so much! Ooh, we can make silly things on the floor. The floors can be silly. All the gifted? I don't know what's happening, you guys are crazy. I mean, I appreciate it, but man, I did not expect it. Ooh, block. Look at it. Look at it. Good. Yay! Hello, how is your day? I cannot even charge them for using the tower. This tower doesn't even like... You can look at the water. That's it. That's what you get for going on top of this. Nothing else. You can just look at the water. Should we get more decorations maybe? A cauldron. Right? Like in front of foods? Makes sense. Doing okay, the idea of the tower horrifies me. All according to plan. I'm making a mess in here. But it's fine. Wee. I would like to have like a water. Oh my god, there's so many ducks. There's so many ducks in the water. I've never seen that many. I wish you could get a water attractions, but the water is too far. I mean, I could technically just, you know, make a freaking path, but I am lazy. Someone barfed in here. Unbelievable. Sorry. Clean it up. Handyman number 2. Handyman number 2. Does any of you want to, Mononoko, hello! Long time no see. Does any one of you want to be hired in my park? You can be a handyman, you can be a mechanic, you can be a security guard, you can be an entertainer. I want to work. What would you like to do? I will hydrate, thank you. I want to be guard. Whoa. Okay. This guard. I would like to be an entertainer. Okay, this is Eve. Do you... Is it okay if you're a panda? Or do you have a different wish? Actually, I don't need another one. I can just rename this one. I want to be a panda. You're a security guard. Oh god. There you go. You're a panda. You're now the coolest entertainer. You didn't give me the option to be a panda. I told you could be an entertainer. Do you want to be a panda too? That's not panda? But that's one of the panda options. You cannot be all the pandas, but you can be one of the pandas. Panda security. That sounds good. Name them all Eve? No! Do you want to be a panda or do you want to stay a security guard? Guys, it's raining. Let's make the umbrellas very expensive. $5. Both? Oh my goodness. Oh my godness. I'm gonna have... And to be a panda who guards the other pandas. I'm gonna keep the guard as Eve. I'm gonna call the panda Petrichor. Is that good? Or should I do it the other way around? It's raining men! Hallelujah, it's raining men! Oh. Also, it is time to get merchandise. Corso, hello! I don't know what I'm doing so far, though. It barely just started. I'm just putting random things in. Sadly, I picked a scenario in which I cannot charge people for attraction tickets, only the park entry. So this is gonna be something else. I should have. I need to set up over Narcity next time. Let's get you guys some balloons. And they all gonna be black. And what else can we get you? Oh, we can get you a hat. Oh, we can get you hats. The hat will also be black. No, the hat will be white. I changed my mind. And souvenir stores, which have black umbrellas as well. Yes. PF Panda Protection Force. That's very good. We have 400 guests! Park must make money. Because I cannot get more attractions without money. Actually, let's see what my guests think. This park is really clean and tidy. Hedgehog was great. It's too crowded here. Oh, whoops. This park is really clean and tidy. I won't need to go to the bathroom. Well then, go do it. I want to go on something more thrilling than Double Big Observatorium. Observation Tower 1. This thing needs a better name. I don't really know. The observation tower is looking for a name. My vision is Dogman and it was great. Totally not scam maze, it was great. What else? Drink is good value. I'm tired. They just want more room. Resident Evil was great. I also think so. River raft. Ooh. This thing. I don't know why the entrance would be on the inside. On the inside. Even. Yes. Open. Oh, whoa. Whoa. Terrible, that doesn't look good. Fuck. I don't like these colors. Kinda look like trash. I like these color schemes. They don't even differ. People are bored in the queue again. And there we go. You can watch TV while you're in the queue. Everything is dark, and that's what I like about it. So far, so good. Wait. Sorry, I was just looking at the new Echo lyrics. Okay! Thank you! Thanks for hanging out and thank you so much for the gifted subs. Don't kill too many people. Eh. I haven't even started! You don't have enough settlement money? How do you know? How do you know? I always know? Damn. How much loan do I have? 11,000. Okay, see. Good park rating. Surprisingly. Year 4? Okay, that's not even difficult, to be honest. You know what? I want more music. I want more music. I've gotten tired already. I don't know where I have this whole folder. What the heck? What am I looking at? What? Oh my god, there's a website! There's a website! You can play music from Heroes of Might and Magic 3 on! Wow. This is amazing. Hold on, we need to switch. We need to switch the music. Alka. No, I don't want this. How do I pick a different castle? Ooh. Okay. I'm guessing they will just play randomly. That's fine. Meanwhile... Mini golf? What would be good? Ghost train! Let's go! Now you're talking. What else could I ask for? All I need is life. All I need is life? What? All I need is life. Definitely. What I meant to say is that all I need in life is a ghost train. A ghost train. Ooh. I like how this doesn't even change anything. Whoops. How about I make a path from this first? Shouldn't make the path too long, technically. Because then they're just gonna complain that they're in the queue for too long. You know. This path is for later. Woohoo! Ghost train. How do I get a skeleton? Where's Skeleton? Where's Mr. Bones? There's no Mr. Bones. What the heck? Pay me more money. We must change what the R&D works on. They should work on decorations. None of this matters. Give me Mr. Bones. What the heck is happening over there? They're glitching, Jesus. Ooh. I don't normally go refill my glass in a moment. What's the thing I wanted to do? Bathroom. Bathroom. I mean restroom. Need a restroom next to this. I am blind. I am blind. 2. Was this also 2? 2 and 10. Wow. Wow. What do you feel, my guest? Need to go to the bathroom. Then go do it. What's stopping you? Resident Evil has broken down. No. My God. Just like real life. It's so funny that you know... Oh wait, this is not the same song that I was playing earlier, I forgot. I'm crazy! Maybe I should change the balloons to be white instead. I can't see them. Black is really cool, but I made the floor too dark. Or maybe blue. Ooh, dark purple are nice. I like those. Let's keep those. Ooh. Oh my God, this is so boring. Look at this. What other attraction could I build? I feel like I should build another scam. I mean... Did you know they can pop people's balloons? You can pop people's balloons! Oh, you can only pop them if they fly away. I forgot. Never mind. I wanted to be mean and didn't work out. Hello! Hello! Ruffle Yoshi? Oh my goodness, hello. Hello, welcome. How's the game going? It's going pretty well. I'm having too many people in here. It's something. We should put more decorations in here. What happened to music? Ghost Train. I'm waiting for the game to unlock Mr. Bones. I really need him. I require to have him in my home. In my park. They cannot find the restrooms. What do you mean? Not my fault you guys don't wanna pay for the restrooms. They're all very clearly labeled. What? Oh, wait. This one was not supposed to be this expensive. This one was supposed to be the only reasonable one because it's next to eating. But maybe not. Change my mind. Nothing reasonable in this park. My vision is augmented, has broken down. Gotta repay my loan. My loan. What do you guys think of the park so far? Is there something you'd like to see? What is one thing that comes to mind when you think about an amusement park? Because maybe, just maybe, I'm missing something very, very obvious. But I'm not thinking about it. I can change the floor. Ooh. Nothing better than gaudy decorations. Those car things? Ah, bumpy cars? Hold on. This thing? Sure. I can put that in. Oh no, it's playing music. Be quiet. No music in this house. Oh god, this is terrible. What a terrible color scheme. Oh my god, my eyes. What am I doing? There we go, that's better. Not good, but it's better. The color scheme of this park is terrible. I'm proud. What else could I do? What else could I do? Could get better. Better? What am I saying? More better tickets? I don't know what I'm saying, honestly. Balloon! Yay! Yeah, as I said, you can pop balloons whenever they, you know, whenever someone lets one go. I love tiny details like that, that's fun. And you can click on Dax and they will quack. More better. More better. Purple. What's more better that we could do? The whole... Sorry. Jesus. The whole idea of a park is more difficult when you cannot charge for the freaking attractions, because it's more difficult to like control the queues and all that stuff. We could maybe add what was I thinking about? I was thinking about something and I was out of my mind. Another roller coaster? A Ferris wheel? Mini golf. Another scam. Let's go. This is the only thing I live for in this game. Golf hole A. Golf hole B. Golf hole C. Golf hole D. Golf hole E. Golf hole A. This. That's all you get. There we go. There we go. More attractions! They all terrible. Doesn't matter. All that matters is I can scam people. And they will pay me anyway. Everything should be water. Ow. Whoa, wait. The platform actually changes too. I never realized. Jungle. I just realized that the maze should have a jungle entrance instead. Snow. Snow. Probably this. This thing. Come on. Jungle. There we go. Well, everyone is... right, I forgot. You can build underground. And you have freaking underground vision. Underground vision. What am I saying? What does that mean? This is the park. It's an uneven square. That's all I have to say. $598 guests. We're doing good. Maybe even too good. It's too well. Oh well. I'm calling it Scammy Golf. That sounds wrong. Doesn't matter. Actually, no. Best. Bleh. Best golf. Gold. Best golf. There we go. Beautiful. I have an idea for the next thing. I have an idea for the next thing. Best golf. I like that everything is freaking named. What's the next thing I wanted to do? Guess they're complaining because they can't find restrooms in your park. That's not my problem. They should have just paid for the bathrooms. Because they have to. That's what I'm telling them. And that's what they should do. But they're not willing to. What else can I do? There you go. I don't know why I'm popping those, doesn't matter. Yes, I know what we have to do. Give me this thing. Guys, we're gonna make a terrible attraction. It's going to be a circle. You know what? I shouldn't really be making these in my park. Because, you know, I mean, I did say that this is, you know, that's Sura Park. I don't know why I'm making this like a scam park. But this is the thing I'm best at. Terrible attraction. Perfect. What else could you ask for? What? Aku! Thank you for gifting a sub. Oh my goodness. Pira, you get back in the subs. Whoa. Subs? Sub. Yay! Kaku, are you excited for Halloween? How many games are you planning to play this month? Also, thank you for pinging me in that in the tweet about the game. I need to actually go send ask for the key. I forgot. I can also make things gray. Why wasn't I doing that before? Probably too many games. I feel that. Oh my god, it looks terrible. Doesn't look like fun. Slow boat. This is the name of this attraction. But yeah, I also realized that there's so many things I like to play. You know, I never really was a lot into horror games, but as of recent, I got a bit more, you know, interest in it. And now I realize that, damn, all of these games, they would be so good to play in October, but the month is too short. And I know you can play them all year long, but it doesn't feel the same. What can I do? Right, I also made this path here and I never continue. Is there any good horror games right now? True. I really want to play Silent Hill soon. I never played it. Only watched a little bit of someone else play it, and then I was like, damn, this is actually pretty good. I want to experience this myself. F is so good. How do you like it? Like, I didn't even touch the... I mean, I just know like an hour or 2 hours of content of the very first game, so I don't know anything you could say, but F looks pretty nice, and I saw people like it, so I'm really curious. That's that's all I can say. Floorless. What's a floorless roller coaster? Barrel roll. Jesus. Brakes. I should make an attraction that's only brakes. I love it. I don't care what people say. Rikishi 07 made it, and it has special place in my heart because of that. Yeah, I keep forgetting about that, but yeah. It's kind of crazy. I'm really glad that he gets to make such cool things now. How do I medieval theming? I don't want medieval. I want Mr. Bones. What the heck is this? That's not medieval. This is fire. This is hell. Might put it anyway. Now everyone's ready. Ring Higurashi. I saw a lot of people playing it recently. I was like, what the heck is wrong? What's happening? What are you people doing? I mean, not like it's bad, but I'm just surprised. Although maybe it's for the better. I don't really know what to expect at this point. This was a really cool fence. I should actually play Higurashi myself. I've been waiting. I've been trying to do that for like the last 5 years. I know how you feel. I'm scared though because I don't want people to ruin it. Oh, that's true. That too. That too. It's like I usually don't think about it, but honestly, that is something that could potentially happen. Ira, get your sub back. Where is station platform? I kept pressing the wrong thing, Jesus. Can I have it What's it called? Can this have a launched, start? No? Shame. Wandering Jen, hello! Hello, how are you doing? How's your day? I should probably... Actually, it's fine. I was like, I should probably get another, what's it called? What's it called? Handyman. I already have two, I forgot. Doing very well today, I'm glad. Whee! Goodness gracious. Are you becoming a roller coaster millionaire? Not really, but maybe. It's my Gladys. This umbrella, Silver and Soul is really good value. The park is really clean and tidy. It's so crowded here. I'm not paying that much for an umbrella. I already got one. What the heck are you talking about? Garden Explorer was great. Welcome to Neo Sura Park. This is my park. I don't get any rewards, but we have 648 guests in my park so far, and the number is slowly but steadily rising. The rating is pretty good. Things are well. At least up until the first disaster, but well, accident I suppose, but we don't think about it. Don't even consider that might be a thing. Where is that silly coaster that has a launched start? Is this the... Can this one have a continuous circuit mode? Compact suspended. Ponytails. Ponytails. No, enough. Enough. No. I should not make terrible attractions. I end up doing that every time I play this game. Because it's pretty funny. Oh wait, but still. Just make something more on brand instead. What else could be on brand? Enterprise? Magic carpet? That's not. Twist. Let's get Twist. Twist. Oh yeah. You wanna make Mr. Bones Wild Ride part? I want to, but I don't have Mr. Bones in my decorations, and he's the most important part. I actually changed the what's it called? The settings for the R&D to only research decorations, so that maybe I can get him. Where is the setting? I'm crazy. What's closed? Restroom. Oh my god, why is this? Why is it closed? Mr. Bones Revenge. That's a good name, actually. I should, yeah. You should use that. It's only ice. Look at this. Fire being actively watered. That's all I can do here. This is the state of this park. I know what I'm saying, by the way, don't mind me. fountains. Well, they're not even in the water. I want Mr. Bones! It's only a sphinx, and it's not even the same. Oh god, my vision is augmented, it's broken down. Wait, I forgot to finish this. I got distracted by myself. Wait. What? Where's the... What? Right, I did wrong. There you go. There we go. No red. Mr. Bones' revenge. We need a very, 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 very slow attraction. I don't even know what's the slowest one. This roller coaster is fast, rough, noisy, and gives an out-of-control riding experience. We don't want fast. Actually, probably something like this. You know what? Water, Mr. Bones ride. Like this. This is slow as shit. I just looked up to remember it was like 70 minutes real time length. It was like 4 years in the game. Oh my god. I love it so much. Elevator? You can have an elevator? Good. 30,000 feet of track. Jesus. I need something that's very slow. I don't hold on, actually. This can have brakes. I need to test this. Let's make a prototype. And let's make a ride that's just brakes. And if it is slow enough, we might implement this into a Mr. Bones wild ride. Very wild brakes. Yes. Snow and ice theming? No! Where is Mr. Bones? None of this is what I want! I feel like a proper follow-up would be Mr. Bones' mild ride, which is short but has enough loops to kill people with the G-forces. Oh my god. I don't oh my god. I actually did something like that one time. But I don't remember which roller coaster has a launched start. But that was crazy. One of them has a launch start, you can basically just, you know, have it zoom in from the very beginning. I don't remember which one it was though. What am I doing? I don't want a castle. This one? I will find it. Not this one. They can't find the restrooms. Oh no. My biggest apologies, but they kinda do not care. Ah, this is the terrible color. Flawless. There we go. Now, let me go back to staring at random roller coasters. This one is pretty slow, but not slow enough. Not slow enough to my liking. Wait, I'm looking at the same thing again. Like a fool. What the heck? Maximum waiting time. Bleh. Spinning wild mouse. What? Chris, hello, welcome back. I'm creating terrible things. And it's great. I've been playing this too much. I just tried to look around the park by right click and dragging your stream. You know what? I kind of relate. I tried doing that myself a couple of times. When watching other people. It's just the vibe of this game. It just feels so good. You just kind of feel like you're there. Ghost train. Which one of you will allow me to do a terrible thing? I want to do a bad thing. God damn it. Wait, hedgehog. Powered lounge. I'm so stupid. I already found it. I already had one. I'm an idiot. Can you make your roller coaster to kills people on it? I did maybe, but don't be impatient. Can't just say it out loud, you know. They'll get scared and they'll run away. People demand euthanize your coaster. Oh my god. Soon. Soon enough, you will get what you asked for. This roller coaster will be the end of your life. Most likely. Powered launch. Number of circuits. 1. It powers, and then you immediately stop. It just gives you such a whiplash your brain flows out your nose. Let's test it. Bro, that's so terrible. This is not good enough! What are the G's? I don't know if this is the same game, but I remember that you could do a roller coaster that eats the card. If the roller coaster eat the people in your neighborhood, if people died and this amusement game blamed your neighbors for the deaths. What? You can kind of do it, but... max lateral G is 3. That's not a lot. You can make it worse. This one is just a test. I'm gonna open it just because it's already here. But... it's not ready. Oh my god, they're actually going in. No, they're gonna puke all over my park! Hold on. Just fill it and freaking... with benches. Cobra. Hold on. We will find another powered launch. There we go. This one has a powered launch of 96 kilometers. This one is worse. We will get a very strong roller coaster, yes. A coaster of which you've never the powers of which you've never seen. Powered launch? No. God damn it. Ah! I scared myself by zooming out. No, you cannot pat me. I will not be patted. Which one of you is good? None of you are good. Where is my deja vu? I kinda won this. I kinda won this. I know, just as a normal attraction. What the heck? Why'd they put something here? I need more money! Nice. I don't know why the colors of this are so gaudy, but this is fine. This is fine. Let me see, how does this roll? Ooh. Is it called deja vu? Because it makes your life fly past your eyes? It's not that crazy, but it's nice. It's nice. It will fit. There you go. Okay. Back to my testing. This one... Bro, this is just a loop. What the heck? Are you weird? Power launch. Oh! There we go. Here we go. This is what I require. Wait. Him. Maybe this is not what I require. Like, it's fun, but... Impulsive. Multi-diver. This one has 4 Gs. Yeah, this is like the smallest one you can make. Not good enough. We can make it worse, I believe in us. You might not believe in me, but I believe in myself. Limb powered launch? What does that mean? Splash-tastic? What? Okay, well this one won't be faster. God damn it! I have a feeling that we just don't have enough coasters unlocked, so I'm just gonna adjust our research division. Adjust the research! Jonas? What do you mean to click on Jonas? I want to click on the park. I don't remember why you changed it. This thing, I'm just blind. Jesus. What? No. What do you mean? What do you mean I've unlocked all scenery? But Mr. Bones is not here. Are you saying Mr. Bones was in the first game, not in the second? I can't believe this. We only have a head. It's not good enough. Hold on. Mr. Bones! Ah. I mean, I'm guessing it wasn't the first. No. Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. It says 2, but why can't I have him here? The ride never ends. Maybe it's just this article is wrong. I'm so upset. Give me back Mr. Bones. Fine. 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 So we're gonna research all roller coasters. And we're gonna give Mr. Bones a proper sequel. Not really. It's gonna be terrible, but Not like that's gonna stop me. Okay, I'm gonna go refill my glass. You guys can stare at this. Oh my god, you know what? I probably should like do something about these stupid paths. I don't know if you're aware, but like people in this game, they won't actually use those wide arrows because they are crazy. They kinda do not care. So you might as well just not try it. Later! Welcome back. It's going pretty well. I have 900 guests in my park. And currently I'm very sad because I cannot get Mr. Bones in the game. I don't know why he's not here, but he's not here. And this is the most disheartening thing I've ever thought about. Can put a dinosaur instead, I guess. There's only a skull, which I think I'm gonna use instead. But still, it's so sad. Who took Mr. Bones away? Dolphin Fountain! I want this. Not really Surakor, but I like it. God. I know what I'm gonna do. What? Oh. Right, my bad. Gonna put water in here. This is for kids who might be mean. Waterfall? Wow. What a jet. Ghost Train has broken down. The hell do you mean? This thing is not working in the water? What? Well, look at this. Tornado! All I require is tornado. Guy T. That's his name. His name is Guy. Okay, guys, hold on tight. Please take care of my park, and I'm gonna go refill my glass. I will be back very soon, I promise. I've returned! What have I missed? Ooh, they're screaming. We're very close to 1,000 guests in the park. Oh, so look, it's October, year 2. Mononyx, hello! Welcome! Have we unlocked anything? Water coaster, that's not what I was looking for. I mean, that's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie, but not what I'm looking for. How are you? I'm pretty good, thank you. How are you? I'm having a little bit of a headache. The freaking weather is not is against me, but I'm good. It's fine. No, nothing bad. I'll live. Doing good as well. I'm glad to hear that. Hell yeah. I'm building everything in like the same place. I want this coaster. It's not even a coaster. But I want it. It's water. It's cool. It's called Splashtastic. Happy anniversary! Thank you! Do you know what is cool about dementia jokes? You can get the same joke 2 times. I mean... I guess. What the heck? Why is there a piece of freaking... what's it called? A fence in here. Only 2? Yeah, why only 2? We need more. Pira, I can't have Mr. Bones, I'm sad. I think we should get the... I think I'll have to utilize this to just hit that skeleton hand. I don't know. I checked the research and it seems that I have unlocked all the scenery and theming. But it doesn't have Mr. Bones anywhere here. So I'm just wondering if it was in the first game? Mr. Bones Memorial Wild Ride. I'm waiting to... I'm waiting for some crazy roller coaster to be developed so we can do that. It was actually on RC3. No, it couldn't have been RC3. The third one is a 3D one. So it either was... Oh, Jesus Christ. Either was 1 or maybe... Or maybe some parks have special theming? I don't know, I'm confused. I'm confused. What did they invert roller coaster? Do you have a launched? Oh. How's the stream going? It's going pretty good actually. Everything is well. We are 5 guests away from 1,000, guys. That's pretty good. It's nice, yeah. Can I? Maximum funding. More coasters. Be quick about it. Maybe it wasn't OG, yeah. I don't know. Kinda sad. Are you lurking a bit now? Have a nice rest of stream and have fun. Thank you! Thank you for the lurk. Let's... But I want a cool ride for Mr. Bones. He deserves all the best. Oh my god, I think he actually used this thing. Vintage cars. Because this thing is pretty freaking slow. Not like I'm going to copy it, but I just saw it and I had war flashbacks. Well, this thing. See this thing? Oh wait, this is actually very slow, never mind. Never mind, I forgot! I forgot we already talked about it. I'm crazy. Over 1,000 guests! Oh my god, look at this freaking queue! Jesus Christ. Everyone wants to be here. That was my belly. Oh. Test it. Look! Yeah! Woohoo! It got so quiet all of a sudden. This will be Mr. Bones' memorial. They're just gonna land in the water. This is the end of you guys. This is all you get. Mr. Bones' Wild Spine is the name of this one. Power launch. Faster! I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. No, I can't. No. I would love to, but... we can't. We cannot ruin our park. Just for a joke. Even though it would be really funny. What? I got it wrong. How did I get it wrong? Stand-up twister coaster? What the heck is that? Stand-up twister coaster. What? This thing? Do you have a powered launch? You don't. Be gone then! What? That cannot be right. It doesn't connect to it. Why is it not even starting? Why it's not starting? Is it broken? God damn it. Can't have anything in this park. Do you know what is cool about dementia? Stop it! Swear to God. Why can't I connect this? I know I can't connect this, I'm stupid. Platform up there? That would be crazy. Jesus. Ah! There we go. I fixed it. Test it now. Good. How many G's? 4.5 and -2. That's pretty good, I think. Pira, was it Mr. Bones' mild ride? Oh wait, Mr. Bones' memorial mild ride. Yes, there we go. I got it wrong. We must make it white like his bones. Only for people with very strong bladders or something, I don't know. Damn, I kind of failed this, but oh well. Now, Bones. Where's your head? There he is. Oh my god. You have a strong neck too? Yes. Inverted... What? Impulse? No. Wait. This won't fill. But, I mean... Look, and it looks like a skull outline. It does! Good. Everything works. Fish! Fish! God damn it. Oh, right. Wait, I did it wrong. Just our bones. Memorial. Man, right. Ow. I gave myself like... Oh my god. What's it called? I forgot. Oh my god, somebody already puked here. Hold on, hold on, hold on. We need a bathroom. Need a scam bathroom. You exit, you immediately go to the bathroom. What, you got an idea of an attraction? You put two towers in the middle of New York. Oh my god. I thought you were gonna say I'm gonna put the freaking towers from Lord of the Rings or something. We need something around this. What could it be? What could we do? That's right, you'll never forget. Yeah, guys. Oh my god. Fire is what we need. We need fire. I never even remembered. Oh my god. Oh my god. The body can put under the track. Oh my god, that would be awesome. Wait. You know what? There was a guest on the grass. I just saw a guest that was very like who looked like he puked over himself. What the heck? I might be able to. Roasted humans. Not good enough. I will make this work so they get slightly broiled. No, this is not the right spot. Shit. What about this? Let me build it! Okay, I can build it here. All I care about is my people. Slowly, but surely, grilling. The game is me, doesn't let me boil. Exactly, what do you mean? No boiling humans? The heck? I'm upset. Obviously. Uh-oh. No boiling humans? For me? But I was so nice. Oops. So when you will find a way. You are correct. If the game thought it's gonna stop me, it is wrong. Wrong. I think if they burn a little bit from the sides, that counts too, right? Oh. What this? Can you burn them on this side? No? Wow. Resident Evil broken down. The game doesn't let me, so I'll do IRL. No! I like your idea, but no. Mr. Bones would be so happy if he could burn them a little bit. Little handy little snacks of people. I'm gonna do something else. Kinda evil. Kinda sneaky, but... Actually... Damn. We're making a good amount of money. Actually, I should go repay my... Yay! We paid back a loan! Let's go! If I could maybe copy over this thing. Jeez. What did I do? Why? Why are we chasing me? Oh, there we go. Mr. Bones Memorial Mild Ride. Exactly. I saved it. So now... I could technically... Also, what? Limb launched roller coaster? What is that? Oh, lava launch? A quantum thruster? What? Jeez. Whoa. What does that mean? Our launch. Okay, it's slower. But... Wait, that's actually... No. Inline twist? Anyway, I got distracted. When there are important things to be done here. There we go, see? Oh god. What I need to do... what I'm gonna try doing... is build a raised section and build it over here. And maybe if I do it this way, maybe I'll be able to. Shit. Why not? Guess why you're going up? There's nothing there. How do you... You boiled people? What do you mean? I did no such thing. Hold on. What's the, I want to check if there's maybe a key, shortcut to raise an attraction. Raise station platform. There we go. Shift. What? Shift? What shift? My shift doesn't do anything. Oh, you can! Why can't I do it without... with one that's already built? Doesn't matter. I thought you wanted to put the fire under the highest part of the wing so it could boil people from above. No! It has to boil them everywhere. Wow! Flying turns! What is that? What? Doesn't have launched. Start. Not interested. I only care about doing terrible things to people in this game. Potentially terrible things. Wait. No! If I do it this way, can I put something under it? I can! Lightly boiled people. We're gonna... You know what? We're gonna test. We're gonna test this. We're gonna test this. We're gonna test the minimum height of the ride. So that I know when I can't build something underneath. Very, very good. Everything is according to plan. This one is too low. Okay. That slowly helps me. Slowly, slightly. We can build it here. Build it here. Okay. So... get rid of this. We need to make it between these two. And then I can put fire underneath. Perfect! All I ever needed. No sign. This thing. There we go. Don't worry, Mr. Bones. I'll have your bones. I'll have fresh bones for you even. Just like you always wanted. I just realized I will have to remove the signs a little bit because now I cannot put the entrance in here. Oops. This one? This one? This was all a test, guys. This was a test. Worry not. This was a prototype for my somewhat... Oh my god, handyman! Handyman! Why are you not cleaning up? Please clean up! All of this puke everywhere. We must continue with no. The signs. I'm just removing the signs. Well, moving them a little bit. And then our ride will be complete once again. Mr. Bones will see. We will see our love. Yes. Yes. I don't know why I'm speaking like freaking that wasn't Daedalus. What was the freaking AI from Deus Ex? I don't remember. Oh my god. I put all of this in here and it doesn't even... Oops, they're falling down! It's not even the right level. Why can't I build this? Right. Silly. Silly. There we go. Not so good actually. I have to rework this path. But don't worry. Don't worry, it will all be good. I like that we're having this all of this dramatic music. There we go. Good enough. P. Because this one, that was a prototype. Prototype. There we go. There we go. Things are looking better. Not really, to be honest, but... This path is terrible! We must do it better. I'm gonna do it from this way. Still pretty bad, but like... At least there's room in the front. Well, you know, potential decorations and all of that jazz. Here you go. Fire for the fire god. That is hello. This is the best game. We are being very sad about no Mr. Bones in this game, so we made our own Mr. Bones. Mr. Bones fiery skull, fiery spine. This one was a prototype, we're gonna delete it. Yes, be gone. Oh, and I need to move. Who is that? Who is this? Why are you running around this freaking... Why are you running around? You crazy person. Are you playing the original Open RC2? I'm the original. This guy is nauseous. That's so sad. Not like I can help you, I'm sorry. Look at all of these animals running around. I'm kinda, you know, regretting not playing Open RCT. I forgot about it because I know that you can. At least I know that it was possible to have Twitch integration with the game. I'm not sure if that still works. There we go. I think the save files are compatible. You could load an OpenRC2 if you wanted. Oh! I'm probably gonna... I just don't have it set up, but I'm probably gonna do it afterwards, and at least I'm gonna try. Thank you. I didn't realize. Ooh. Open bathrooms. And toilets. Maybe Open RCT has Mr. Bones. I don't know why he's not here. Yeah. My stupid guests are running around like a bunch of wild geese. Come back to the road. Can't believe it, I have to clean up people. Yay. You, Hazel. Mark. Who's left? Valerie. Gone. Was there a shortcut to close all the windows? I don't remember. Oh. There's more people. Just seemingly running away from my reach. I think that's all. You got all of them. I thought there was somebody here, but that just ducks. Whee! Well, what's next? What could be the next thing we were gonna do? Maybe a water ride. Last development coffee shop. Does that mean... Oh... We already got all of the other stuff. I see. I see. They're so loud. Be quiet, kids. Mr. Bones is getting upset from all this screaming. Water. Water tricycles, swans, canoes. Splash boats. Canoes. No, no. I don't want to build one. I want to already be. No, I don't want to build it. Just give me one that's completed. I like this. It's gonna be above water. You know. Just so it matches. Kinda looks like it's not good, but that's good. That's fine. I mean, I'll make it work. Mr. Bones needs flowers. Flowers for Mr. Bones. This. Black flowers. Yes. Clock. Terrible, this is awful. I need to save this. With scenery. Oh my god. Really? I have to select everything? This is kind of terrible. Select nearby scenery. Oh. Okay, I should have just done that. I'm stupid. Save. Overwrite. No, we're gonna have a second one. Whee! Ah, stretch time. I'm redeeming stretch for myself. You cannot stop me. How are we doing, guests? How are we doing? I need to go to the bathroom. Well, then you have to pay $2. I'm sorry. Actually, my rating is going down. Is it because I refuse to give them bathrooms at a reasonable price? What happened here? Mr. Bones? Oh, my rating is going down! God damn it, I need to make the bathrooms cheaper. Maybe the real Mr. Bones Wild Ride is the money we lost along the way. Oh god. Possible. Yeah. Look at my beautiful park. I present to you Resident Evil. This beautiful, beautiful maze that's just one tile. And it's called Totally Not a Scam. Then we have this thing. I forgot what it's called. The not augmented, virtual something. It's called My Vision is Augmented. Well, then nothing else really has any cool names, to be honest. We didn't get that far. Oh, we also have best golf, which is just one thing, and this very slow boat ride, which incidentally is called slow boat. Let me fix the spelling on this. And yeah, Mr. Bong's Memorial Mild Ride. Copyright to Pyrrha for naming this. And yeah, that's kinda it. And Tornado. This could be better, but I didn't really go into this with any ideas. Oh my god, I see destruction. Who destroyed these benches? What the heck? Stupid kids cannot be trusted. Bro. There's probably more, but I don't see them right now. There's too much stuff. We need more security guards. Oops, no. I put him behind a fence. He shall be ready. Hell yeah, my ranking is going up again. Does that mean people are actually using the bathroom? Or is it because I just fixed the freaking benches? Actually, I suppose that's more probable. Popularity 0. I don't think they're going to bathroom. 150? Is that good? I still remember the one time I played this game, and my park got a reward for being the best toilets, or having the best toilets as a park. That was pretty silly. I didn't even think there would be such a thing. I saw a broken bench a second ago. Where is it? There we go. I really wish you could zoom in more. Which is probably, you know, all solved in OpenRCT. If only I played that one. Broken. Is that broken trash? Oh god. Broken trash can. Why? What makes you want to destroy a trash can? Or litter bin, I guess. Really wanna call it that. That's all I see. There's probably more. Yay! Anyway, No one in the bathroom still. God damn it. Is $1 enough? Is that low enough for you guys? Oh, my ear. My ear! Is that the sound of a balloon popping? I don't want to sleep yet. Rain, please. There's just puke everywhere. I know what I should do, which is, you know, select all of my handymen and appoint them specific locations, but I don't feel like it. That's work. When will they use the bathroom? What is the maximum price? 80 cents? 70? 60? I just see the total profit going down. Oh, 20%, hold on. Oh my god, they finally started using the bathrooms! Okay, so 60 cents is okay, but 70? We will see. I just hear all of a sudden a lot of toilet sounds. Just everybody decided to take advantage of the new price. Hee. Popularity 300. Oh, 0. I think 70 cents it's too much. I think at 70 they do not want to use it. I'm not hungry? What the fuck do you mean? One guest, when thinking about the restroom, had a thought, I'm not hungry. Sir. Sorry, this is not Wendy's. Freaky, I know, right? What were they thinking? Yeah, I guess 60 cents is the maximum they are willing to pay for a bathroom. Fine. Just because I don't want to have my freaking rating drop. Jeez. No! Cancel! Actually, you know what? Good freaking... Let me save the game! Okay, that would be funny if it just crashed. That would be very funny. Also, I still have one more year before the campaign ends, and we have 10,000. Let's see, what do my guests think? I need to go to the bathroom. Go do that then. It's too crowded, I feel sick, the vandalism here is really bad. Oh, right, hold on. My bad, guys, sorry. First aid? Right outside. Stop puking all over my park. You, why does the girl fall from the swing? Because she has no hands. I don't know. close. No, my park rating fell. What did I do? It's because of the joke. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. It's all Mr. Bones' fault. We need to have a handyman that's only taking care of this area. Maybe this will help. Guys, why is my park rating dropping? I'm actually giving you a bathroom! Anyway, let me get something new here. Coffee shop, I don't really care. Motion simulator, we already have this. Roto drop. Go-karts. Go-karts. Better go-karts than Mario Party, am I right? No, don't answer that. Let me get this in here. There you go. I know you all love go-karts. This is the only thing people like in this game. Freaking go-karts. And mini golf. And maze. Yeah. This stopped being my, well, Sura-themed park a long time ago. I would have to remove like 3, I mean, okay, not a long time ago, but I would have to remove the go-karts. I just wanted them because I know people like them, and I would have to remove this one. And maybe this, I don't know. But I think the rest is fine. What could we take? What could we get for our silly people? What? Why is it so expensive? What a weird thing! What? Oil derrick? Sky tower? Is that even taller? Oh Jesus. Let's get us the sky tower! Wow. Wait. Six Flags? Oh my god, do you mean this is an official thing? Wow. This one's still taller. We have a tower next to a tower. Wait, I need more guests. We don't have enough guests. What's the problem? We need 1500. How much time do I have? I still have 1 more year. My park received an award for being the park with the best roller coasters. Yay! I still have a year, but yeah, I'm missing the 4,000 people. Last time you put 2 towers, you did. I didn't even... Bro, that didn't even occur to me. But you're correct. No, this is... the Lord of the Rings. Don't... Don't think anything. Don't think anything else. See? It's Sky Tower and Hell Tower. That's not even the same, but no, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's fine. Bro, see this? There's literally fucking Mr. Bones in here. And I cannot have him. You don't know Lord of the Rings? That's fine. Return Mr. Bones to me! It's long and boring. If you feel that way. La Vibora. Ooh. Let's get it. I know, that's why I'm not really arguing. It's like everyone has their own likes and dislikes. It's fine. Oh, I'm missing 1,000. It's okay. Ooh. Ooh. I like this. Ooh. Seafood stall? Oh, let's make everyone sick. This looks fun. Guys, have you ever been to an amusement park? I'm asking because I have never been myself. And I've played this game ever since I was a baby. All I do is look at virtual parks. Where's the seafood stall? Oh my god! Look at him! A stall selling fried tentacles? What? Ah. Here. Perfect. You have? How was it? Golan 1 times, Aquan 2 times? Whoa. Most of the time, a lot of assholes from the internet spoil it, and I lost a bit of willingness to watch it. Ah, I've never watched it actually. I read the books, which is potentially worse if you don't have the patience. But like, I would read those before bed. So it was a nice time to just chill out after a long day. I don't know, I like reading things in bed. It's nice. Oh my goodness, look at this, what's happening over here? I think these people are getting lost in here. There we go. Stop waking in circles! I like reading too, I particularly appreciate Marcus Zusak. Oh, what kind of books does he write? I'm not a big book nerd. I don't know a lot about books actually. Okay, no, I just remembered that in this game, your handyman will sometimes do. Okay, never mind. So, you can make handyman mow the lawn. Well, mow the grass in this game. And I think it was automatically enabled in Roller Coaster Tycoon 1. So when at any time if you got a handyman, you would just find him like in like some random ass corner of your freaking park, just mowing the fucking grass. Not actually doing anything else. But I think Chris Sawyer has disabled it by default in the second one. It literally does nothing other than make the grass look different. Guess don't care. Yeah. I remember that being such an annoying thing. I'm like, why is everything? Why is there puke everywhere? And then I see my handyman just being like in some god knows where, just fucking in like a focal place in the middle of the desert. Do you know a book thief? I don't know actually. What is it about? Oh, we can pay back the loan. The loan? The loan. So, we are better now. Still 140 guests to go. We should get another poster. Another one. Maybe... Mine Train? Jesus. No. Different one. Stand Up Twister. These are very similar. This one has 8 designs though. Oh. Alexius. Helios was one of the AIs on Deus Ex. I don't remember if it was the... No, I think Helios was the one on the end? Not in the beginning? I don't remember. Lunar Launcher. Liberty Loop. Loop, not Lube. And it's 8,000! Bro, 20,000 for this thing? What's so special about it? It's a story of a girl who is adopted by a family in the 1930s Germany. The family hides a refugee and she steals books to read them with the refugee. Oh, I see, I see. I don't think that's a book I would personally read, but I can see why you like that one. Guys, let's get alone again. I don't have patience. I just want more coasters. Oh, there are more people coming to my park. Ah! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Problem. This is terrible. but I kinda like don't care. I kinda don't care enough to fix this. It's fine, whatever. A lot of coasters. I have a bottle of machine lubricant from a company called Liberty Oil Products on my desk right now. Liberty Lube. I like the writing more than the story, to be fair. I took all of my writing style. I write stuff too from this author, or before by those to translate the story in Italian, I guess. Ah, fair. What kind of genres do you write? What kind of stuff do you like writing? Train. Oh, I forgot you can actually change the camera. This game has so many features. It's so good. Guys, we only need 100 more guests. Fantasy. Arr, arr. Very good. Income from admissions. 89,000. Ooh. We must get more guests. What's next on the list? Top spin? Enterprise? Maybe Enterprise. Here. It fills the hole. I always, oh my god, I always do this in these parks. Like the whole center is like, you know, is wildly populated. There's a lot of stuff, and then suddenly there's everything goes into like some outskirts because I kinda don't care to make it even. It's difficult, okay? I am not a designer. I never was good. I don't know, I just never really cared too much. What the fuck? When did I destroy this? You cannot even get into Resident Evil anymore. What? When is the entrance to Resident Evil? The fuck? Guys, the game just like glitched itself. The heck happened here? Yeah, there were people on the inside, but the entrance just disappeared. That's so weird. Flying saucers. Ooh. And I love spamming just... Ah! I deleted something by accident! Ah! I deleted something by accident! Now they cannot leave! Wrong floor! There you go. Problem solved. Why are these flowers changing colors? They were supposed to be black. Why are they red? Explain. What's the difference between these four? Wait, I see. The barriers are different. But why you can only have blue with these barriers and green with all these barriers? That's so silly. No music here. Mr. Bo's Memorial Mile ride has broken down! You like the Hellish Zero ride? Do you know Mr. Bones? Mr. Bones Wild Ride? I'm working a story based on a post-apocalyptic setting. The idea is that humanity nukes itself, but with radiations all the people gain magic or become a fantasy race. Elves, dwarves, ogres, etc. Do you have 1600 style if architecture with magics and stuff, but also some mechanical stuff like primitive cars, guns and stuff like that? That's really cool. Yeah. Are you going to like write a whole book about it, or are you planning to just make it like a short story? Well, doesn't have to be short, but like, you know, in comparison to a book that would be kind of short. Oh my god, they come through the loop. It's so cool. Mr. Bones! Guys, they're like ducks. Also, I just remembered that I never finished my thought, but I think in Open RCT you probably can zoom in more than this. Because you on stream actually have, you know, a bit of a better view on this. You have the game a bit zoomed in. Maybe you can say it's stretched, but this is, you know, it's fine. For me, I'm just looking at the pixels. I love pixels, but like the bigger screen you have, the more difficult it is to play this game. Back in the day, you would just have a freaking RCT. RCT? That's the title of the game. What am I saying? CRT. Sorry, my brain stopped working. The idea is writing a series of books telling the story of a war from several point of views. I don't want to have a good guy and a bad guy. Oh, nice. That sounds good to me. I would read that. Guys, we made it! 1500 guests, let's go! We still have a couple of months to go. It's supposed to end in October, but we basically did what we have to do. There you go, loan paid back. Still have 5,000. So my first book, I'll tell a story from POV and I'll make one side look bad. The sequel will have a total opposite POV and those who seemed good before. No, they're bad. Oh, I like that idea. Had to lurk a bit for work. But did we get the guests slightly broiled? Yes, look at them! I reworked the entire thing, I rebuilt it! They're all slowly toasting above the fire. And the way... What the fuck was that? Wait! I didn't adjust the thing! It's being reasonable! No, it's not supposed to be reasonable. There we go. No reasonable launch. This is why this thing even exists here. Yes! be on fire. Neck snapped. Good. All in the name of Mr. Bones. You know, this was the first thing here, but then I bought this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. Like, oh! I don't know if you've seen this. Hold on, when this thing turns off, these people start glitching away, just like sweeping like flies trying to get off this thing. That was so ridiculous. Hold on. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna do like this. I'm gonna disable it. Look at them! What the fuck is there happening? Why are they walking like that? Look! What the heck? Why are these people possessed? I mean, I know they're in my park, but... What? You need some ways to refill the park internal McDonald's? Maybe they get a fee after they... But before? Yes, this is how we make food for the park. This should be a bit more... Actually... Go away. Stupid tower. You were... covering my beautiful Mr. Bones. I'm just deleting some decorations here, don't mind me. It was covering Mr. Bones, I had to fix it. That's where you're going, Elba. Try our new, totally not Guestberg. Oh god. Beautiful. Slowly but surely, we're reaching to the end. Soon enough, this will be over. What? Top spin? What is that? This thing, oh. Coffee shop, roto drop. Seafood stall. Right, seafood stall. Look! Look at this! Look at him! It's a thing! Totally zero human meat. Goodness. Don't say that, you're making it sound suspicious. Oh god. Sorry, just overwriting, just to make sure. Just to make sure. But yeah, still have a little more time left. You have time till October. But I already passed all of the requirements. You teaching chat how to run a park? Are you saying I'm teaching you to eat people? I never said that. Weekly profit. Gosh. Park rating. Guests and park. Ooh, 6. Ooh. Admission price. Stuffs. What are the other things I could look at? I need to go to the bathroom. Why didn't you do it then? I feel sick. It's too crowded here. I'm hungry. The vandalism here is really bad. Jesus Christ, again? Who keeps destroying shit in my house? Rowing boats. This thing? Eh. Eh. I don't really feel it. Oh my god. Oh god. I don't know what prompted that, but sure. Do you like warrior saying ahoy? Deja vu still hasn't been fixed! Oh my god, we need another mechanic. Where's Deja vu? Where's Deja vu? Deja vu! I've been in this place before. I like being totally random. Oh, you silly. Silly goose. Oh. Look at, there's still so much room here, but I never really built too much around. It's looking good. What do I do? I have 10,000 and I don't have any more ideas.
Man, remember, I used to be so bad at this game.
There's so much wrongs. What? Ooh. Lord Space Rings. Like Lord of the Rings rings, but worse. I see a destroyed bench. Unless when this. I remember. I don't know what I was about to say. Just destroying all of the parks that were already in the game. It was always very good. Such a good time. Also, usually by the time you actually, because you know, you in these scenarios, you have a deadline for all of the. For all the challenges you have. So, so it's either like achieve a park of value of something, or like repay your loan, or have an X amount of guests in your park by some time. And usually it's like, it doesn't matter if you actually manage to fulfill those before the given time. The game doesn't care about that. You have to do it when the time comes. So with my luck, I usually would have, you know, just enough by the time the time comes, and then a month before, or like a couple of months before the deadline, something would go to shit. Like suddenly half of my attractions would break down, and everyone would just get just leave the park, or just the rating would fall dramatically. And suddenly it's almost impossible to fulfill the fucking goals. It's crazy. I feel like this game is sentient sometimes. When I was a kid, I didn't really understand the game. I just wanted to build it with infinite money. But now that I'm an adult, I understand the scenarios. It's still a lot of fun. Yeah, same. I was only try to build really weird stuff, expanding the whole length of the park, and it was difficult for sure to do that, especially because yes, I would usually like run out of money and I wouldn't know what I'm doing wrong. Okay, save me. But yeah, now I do kind of relate to what you said. I do know the rules, and it is fun. playing with the rules. Because I kind of lost that kind of creativity that comes, you know, from just being a child and doing stupid things. I kind of, you know, it's kind of sad because I wish I would do a lot of these things still. It's just like it doesn't feel that interesting anymore. Is there like a creative mode? Not really. Not at least not in these older ones. I think you probably can force it in OpenRCT, which is an open source version. It's like a modded version of the game. You can mod anything in there, so I'm pretty sure there is a creative mode in there somewhere. But I haven't played that one yet. I just played these ones. Ah. It's just chill when the people don't scream into my ears. July, what the fuck? Year 4. I need 100 bits to do something. I'm scared. What are you planning to do? Where are my... Where's the bench? Where's the bench that got destroyed? Nothing too serious. Ooh. Ooh. Another destroyed trash can. Another destroyed bench. Also this thing, it should be spewing water, but it's not. Only other 56 bits. Prepare yourself. Oh my god. I don't even remember what I have for bits. Anyway, I'm going to... What did you do? I'm waiting, I'm scared. I'm going to install OpenRCT so that next time I open this game, we're going to maybe upload this game in there. Well, maybe we'll make another park, and we'll see if the Twitch integration works. So you guys can come and visit my park. It will be probably very difficult to actually find you among these people, considering there's 1600 guests. But Akira? There's 2 people called Akira in here. Wow. Avon. Interesting. Interesting. I already got a drink, I haven't finished my drink. Resident Evil was great! I don't know how the difference in spelling, and I mean pronunciation, to be honest. I want to go on something more thrilling. You know what? Let's give you a thrilling ride. What ride is thrilling? Resident Evil is always great. Oh god. Freaking flashbacks from yesterday. Guys, we're building a tower number 3. 2 towers are good, but have you ever heard of 3 towers? Oh, I'm fighting with the paths.
Open. Open my towers. We.
New ride attraction now available. 3D cinema. Computer prune me 500 towers. I had a couple of clips. I don't know if you see. I haven't seen them yet. I'm gonna watch them after this. Thanks for reminding me. We need another play. No. God damn it. Oh, this is a 3D cinema. That's not really like special, to be honest. That's kinda boring. It's just not. I didn't mean to put it over here, but fine, wherever. I already did. What? Ah! Poem! Oh my goodness. What kind of poem do you want? What's the topic that interests you? Oh my god, look at all these people waiting for the freaking go-karts. Jesus.
They're coming up.
Hold on, let's look at them. Let's watch them. Let's watch them. This is very freaking tall. Jesus Christ. You thought the observational deck was crazy? Look at this thing. I'm pretty sure your brain will just fall out. Your head. I know books. Okay. Also, the Pista, thank you so much for the follow. I didn't realize, I didn't notice. Hello.
What are you laughing about?
I'm looking for my people.
Let's see how they fall.
Floorless roller coaster has broken down. No. The tall tower. Oh my goodness. I'm waiting for this thing to fall down. And for them to scream. Jesus Christ! What? That just... Why did it just stop like that? I want this ride to just throw them into space. That would be cool. That did not look safe. Oh my god. Soft landing, sure. Intensity rating 25, ultra extreme. Wait, how much is Mr. Bones Memorial Ride? It's not even that strong. Oh my god. Mr. Bones Ride is only 7. It's barely by 8. This is fucking 25. I think that's the maximum. Are they falling yet? No. I'm waiting for them to fall again. Don't forget the poem. Oh yeah. I'm just waiting for them to fall again, because that's kind of crazy. This should have been the Mr. Bones ride, but it's not the same. Oh well. Jesus, it just like... It gives me whiplash just looking at it. Jesus. Take inspiration from the Bone Crusher? Oh my god. Okay, I have... Here's my poem. I'm gonna pause the music. Czesław Miłosz, ale książki. Ale książki będą na półkach, prawdziwe istoty, które zjawiły się raz, świeże, jeszcze wilgotne, niby lśniące kasztany pod drzewem, w jesieni. I dotykane, pieszczone trwać zaczęły, mimo łun na horyzoncie, zamków wylatujących w powietrze, plemion w pochodzie, planet w ruchu. Jesteśmy, mówiły, nawet kiedy wydzierano z nich karty, albo litery zlizywał buzujący płomień. O ileż trwalsze od nas, których ułomne ciepło stygnie razem z pamięcią, rozprasza się, ginie. Wyobrażam sobie ziemię, kiedy mnie nie będzie i nic żadnego ubytku, dalej dziełowisko, suknie kobiet, mokry jaśmin, pieśń w dolinie. Ale książki będą na półkach, dobrze urodzone, z ludzi, choć też z jasności, wysokości. I don't really understand this. This poem doesn't make a lot of sense in my head. Strange one. Strange one. Bone Crusher. Do you think we should rename this to Bone Crusher? Did he see Horizon at some point? I really don't remember. Maybe. Wait. I think I'm gonna call it Brain Splatter instead. I think that makes more sense. Here we go. And there we go. Just so people know what they're looking for. Wait, what they're in line for? Oh my god, are people actually queuing for this? Jesus, I can't see the queue. Wait, actually I'm stupid. You can actually just check here. Customers 0 per hour. Total customers 9. Favorite ride of 2 customers. Brain Splatter looks too intense for me. No, Mr. Bones Memorial Mile Ride has not been fixed. Oh my god, this freaking thing is in front of Mr. Bones Memorial Ride. Jesus. Brain squish. Peta! Peta? What if am I saying Peta? We accidentally made a worse ride than Mr. Bones. This thing is barely 7.94 intensity. This shit is 25. I didn't even know you could get this high. And it's not even exciting! It's just intense for no reason, Jesus Christ! It towers dominantly over Mr. Bones. Yeah. Should call it the back alignment. Oh my god, you're a genius. I'm gonna rename it. How are you this smart? Chiropractor? Oh my god, I don't know. I don't know. That's good, but I don't know. I feel like random things pop in my head. But it's good. It's perfect. We only have 1 month left. Nobody in queue line, nobody is going on this ride. Even Mr. Bones has more people coming in. Though, not a lot. Wait, never mind. Total customers? Oh wait, never mind, it's broken. Why did it open? Why is it still broken? Sir, hurry the fuck up.
Where are you going?
Go back to Mr. Bones. Why are you going down? I was about to lose my mind. But yeah, total customers 2,000. This one? 9. Sure, it wasn't built long enough. You know, built for long enough to really make this kind of number, but still 9. And reach the end of the attraction, you become a paper sheet. Oh god. So you're saying this should be called back flatter? Or like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to think. I don't want to think anymore. It's too much. I'm just waiting for them to fall again. No. Because I can. I need to move the sign because it's too much. It's covering. Ah! I can't. It catches me off guard every time. The flattener. Oh god. Please. Game. You have to just let me reach October because I want to make a hole in this so everyone just falls off and fries to death. You didn't hear that from me. I swear, I'm not... The board of directors cannot know. It's a secret between you and me. Nice rating. Wee. Please. How long can September t-shirt stall? Oh. We can have t-shirts. Yo. Dark purple. No, I changed my mind. Blue. I'll have black, but like they already kind of merged down with the fucking flooring. I should never have changed the flooring because now all of my black achievements, I was about to say, accessories are not visible. What an honest and responsible park director. Exactly. Everything in here in good order. My guests are rising. What the fuck am I saying? Number of guests is rising. I see a destroyed trash can. Again. Although everything... Do you really need to destroy a trash can? Like, why? What are you hoping to achieve? That's probably the dumbest thing you could destroy, to be honest. Though I just never understood, you know... What? Mr. Bones is broken again? No, his bones need flattening. I'm sure she won't let anything bad happen in their amusement park. Oh my god. Oh god. Fried chicken? I haven't finished my fried chicken yet. Well, I'm not telling you that you should. Jeez. Best golf was great. Just one person said that. Everyone needs to go to the bathroom. A lot of them are hungry. They're running out of cash. Dude, they want an ATM? Here, so you can buy more food. Oh god. Oh no, my rating fell. It's because I got an ATM. Is it fried chicken made with the boiling attraction? No. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you're implying. Last month. Last month. And then we are all ready to prepare for the end.
For the end of the world.
With the people from Boiling Attraction. No, 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 sir. Don't even suggest such a thing. What do you mean? Giga Coaster. How much do I need? $18,000? Jesus. Close, but like... not close enough. $21,000? Oh Jesus. Hold on, save. Because I want to get a loan just to put it down. And I'm not sure if the game will be happy about that.
Neptune.
Yes. La la la. Oops. Terrible path. Whee! Look at him, he wants to be first. He's ready. He's ready to get his bones broken. Resident Evil's broken down. Of course, no, that's not where the that's where the burgers are from. Oh my god. I'm losing my mind. My tracking is like failing. Jesus. Wow. Look at all of this math. It's probably intense, if only a couple of people are willing to go in. There's a couple of G's. I think it probably waits for people to come in to really rate the intensity. I still remember my brother was already asleep and I started laughing like idiot because Ari stream and I woke him up. I'm sorry. Oh god. That stream was something else. Ooh, very high excitement. But not too... well, the intensity is high. Not too much, though. I guess it's worth it. Make the park entrance a bit more expensive. Lapipora has broken down. Ah. Oh my god, there's so many people. Look at everybody. And this part is so chill. And then there's all of this. I mean, fair enough, this is the center, but like, all of them just walk this way. Because all of them want food. What happens if you don't meet the objectives? Well, you just lose the scenario. I don't really... I mean, this is a free play. This is not like an additional scenario, so it doesn't really matter too much. But... well... I don't think you actually unlock stuff. I think you... in the first game you had to like finish some to unlock the next scenarios, but I think in the second one you don't actually have to. There you go. Loan paid back again. 21st October! What happened on the 7th October? Looping roller coaster has broken down. 13 October. Oh my god, Resident Evil broke on the 13th of October? That's crazy. Meow. 28th. Soon. We'll be at the end. And then Mr. Bones will get his revenge. Let's stare at him. Well, while all of that is happening. Pop a balloon. Yay! You achieved your objective with a company value of $343,282. Enter a name into the chart. I'm just gonna type in Sura, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter! Okay, I'm saving. Saving. And now! For the final act. Oh my god, look, they all... Right! I forgot to mention, by the way, when you finish the scenario, all of the guests actually start clapping and, you know, they release their balloons, so they all fly off into space. It's a pretty nice touch. Look at all of these balloons. Come back! Why is this one so difficult? My god, balloons. Balloons. Anyway. Back to Mr. Bones. Not this. I didn't mean to close this. Mr. Bones. Wait, hold on. Wait for the full load. Yes. You're waiting. You're waiting for all of them. And it's raining as well. Oh, well, not anymore. Come on, I know you all want to come into the ride. Don't be scared. I know it's like it's not raining anymore, you can come. Yeah, usually your guests will avoid certain rides if it's raining. Not the water ones at least, but look at them. Look at this fucking queue. But apparently, Mr. Bones one sure is on the list.
Anyway, waiting. Waiting.
Oh my god, they're gonna fall on this one. They're gonna fall on this one. I didn't realize that. I'm waiting. Please, people, come in. Go in quickly. I'm waiting to see the disaster. Oh god. Jesus Christ, this thing just passing by me just gonna freak me out every time. What happened to the song? What happened to the song? How many people are on? No! It's raining again! There's one person queuing. There's a couple of people on the ride. The kind of ride your dad makes you go on because he wants you to be brave. Jesus! You're not wrong, but that's scary. Look, this is the list of all the potential people who might not come back alive.
Andrew F. Bella D. Gail C. Jerry W. John F. Judith T. Julian D. Lucy J.
Who else? I remember my dad throwing up on the wheel. Jesus. Oh god. How many guests can fit in here? 4 passengers per car. 4 cars per train. 16, I guess. So we still need 7 more people. 6 more people. They will fall in the flames. They will fall on this one, I think. Unless they just fall down indeed, because this one is kind of swelling. Makes sense. And I don't know which one that is. I'm gonna have to look it up. People cannot find restrooms? What's so difficult about that? God damn, this is the game of my childhood. Same! Hello! Hello, Mind Warp. Are you ready to be the what's the word? To bear witness to a complete disaster on the Mr. Bones Memorial Mild ride? We still need 2 more people, come on! Come on! Flattened? No! Are you ready to die? Ah! It's just 2! Come on! I'm waiting. But looking. I cannot breathe until it stops. Or starts, I guess, I don't know. Come on! I'm dying to do this, Rise. Stop it! I recognize this music, but it's not from RCT. Yeah, it's from Heroes of Might and Magic 3. That's right. No! I should play that game as well on stream. Yeah, I played it on stream a long time ago, but like at least a year ago that was. 2 more people, come on! Your park has received an award for being the park with the best roller coasters. I'm glad it's not an award for the safest roller coasters. That will be kinda sad. I would enter when you have Heroes of Might and Mighty 3 music running. Hello, Wodori! Oh my god. Don't enter this one though. I mean, it is for Mr. Bones. Oh my god, he's coming in! He's coming in! Guys, it's happening. They didn't even fall. They didn't even fall. They didn't even fall. They just exploded on top of that. Oh my god. Beautiful. I like how the game just like cuts off all music, all sounds whenever an accident happens. Oh, don't mind this. I know that this one looked like another accident. That was fine. The ultimate flame broil. Have you played Age of Empires? I have not played that yet, but I want to. I got so excited I couldn't type. I mean, fair, me too. Oh god. Look at all of these umbrellas. My park rating just fell by 200 points. And nothing else. And this is ladies and gentlemen, is how Sura Park ends its run. For now. Make all rides deadly. Oh my god. I would, but I'm sleepy. It's almost midnight. We might do that next time. I would really like this one to be deadly, but no one even comes onto this anymore. There were 9 people in this park who entered this. I'm pretty sure- wait. Capacity 16 passengers. I'm pretty sure those were like the first passengers that ever got in on this thing. And then no one ever entered it again. Favorite ride of one guess. It was a favorite of 2, but I'm pretty sure the one just like changed his favorite thing already. So yeah. Oh god. But yeah, Mr. Bones took his victims, and I'm happy to say that this is that I'm proud of him. Oh god. Rigor Mortis Park, oh my god. That's too good. Anyway. If you leave, we failed. Oh my god. Tombstone Amusement Park? Jesus. You know what? That's a goal for the next time. Next time we play it, we might do something just like that. Oh god. Okay, let me close it. But that was really good. Thank you guys for joining me today. I had a lot of fun. It really was something else this entire stream. So yeah, this marks my 3 years of streaming. Kind of crazy, be honest. And I think I mention it every time whenever I try to kind of calculate how long I've been doing this. But yeah, I'm Happy 3 years, thank you. At the end of this month, on 29th is my birthday, so I'm gonna try and do some more silly things. So I'm gonna prepare some more special events for that time. And what game was your first streaming? Deltarune. I was replaying chapter 1 of Deltarune. Chicken Shoot. I need to fix that game. We have to play Chicken Shoot. All of us are October babies? Hell yeah! Deltarune was 3 years ago. It was more than 3 years ago. I was replaying it 3 years ago to start chapter 2, which means chapter 1 came out even earlier. I don't remember when exactly, but yeah. Seven? What 7? God damn it.
7 days.
7 years ago?
What?
My brain cannot calculate this right now. You're November? I'm sorry. Oh god. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh god. Anyway, let me see who I could raid before my brain turns off completely. Is anyone else playing this game? No. Why is no one else playing Roller Coaster Tycoon? Wait, there are 2 people playing Roller Coaster Tycoon, I'm stupid. Wow. Wait, are people playing open Roller Coaster Tycoon? Is that even on here? Open RCT. Open TTD is here. November is just October part 2. That's true. That's true. I know! Talkie is... Oh my god, Talkie is streaming. Never mind. We're raiding Talkie. I haven't seen Talkie in like a year. Yes! September is also October, the prequel. True. You are making a very good point. Like, I cannot even argue with that. Can't argue with that logic. So yeah, we're gonna raid Talkie. Please say hi. Please say hi to Talkie. I didn't see her in a while. And I'll see you and on blah. I'm streaming with Sajini on Friday. It's gonna be her birthday. So we're going to be doing some just chatting. Also, if you'd like to, and like, we'll also be doing like some Q&A. So if you'd like to submit a question, I'm going to be putting a link to the form on my Discord, and probably also on my Twitter. You should find it. So if you'd like to input something, it will be possible, and then my own stream will be on either Sunday or Monday. We'll be playing Repo. Yes. And then next Tuesday we'll be back to Tomb Raider 1. It's Tomb Raider 2. Sorry, my bad. Yeah. Till then, please stay safe and good night. Please say hi to Talkie. Bye bye.